Sukup. Good afternoon. Thank you for coming here early on a rainy day, leaving your jobs early or your retirement. First of all, I'll wait until Brian tells me he's ready. So
Yeah, we're not getting any sound.
you don't have any sound?
No.
Okay.
You gotta talk right into it.
Okay. Not, okay, this is better, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
this is
I
perfect.
thought you'd ordered a pizza or something.
You're like, what is she saying? We have no idea. I just said hi and thanks for coming.
Tired.
When I first started this job, I did separate interviews of each of you, and I asked you a couple of questions. One was, what do you want me to work on with you, or what's in your quiver that you want to get done? And one of them was a code of conduct. And the second question I asked was, or another question I asked was, do you want any training? And generally everybody said yes. So we're going to kill two birds with one stone here, and we're going to have a little training on codes of conduct. The first thing that we want to do before we draft a new code of conduct is decide if we need one. And the way that we help ourselves to do that is to figure out what already applies to us. I sent you all, there we go. I sent you all this nice little outline that describes what applies to us as public officials and how our ethical conduct is regulated by the state and by our own municipal legislation. So if you would go to, there's something weird in front of there we go. Okay, that's perfect. The first place that you generally look is the enabling statutes. The first being the Colorado Revised Statutes has a code of ethics that applies to all local government officials. The problem with just relying on this is that if there is a prosecution that has to be undertaken under the Colorado Revised Statutes, is that we have to go to the district attorney's office. And they're kind of busy chasing murderers, and they're not super excited, or they don't really have time to help us too much. They will do it, but it's kind of hard to get their attention. The second way that we are regulated is the Colorado Constitution. And that one says that if you are a home rule municipality, you're not subject to, well, it sets up an independent commission, an ethics commission. And if we have our own code of conduct, we're not subject to that ethics commission, which is really good because we would have to, if we had an ethics issue, let's just say one of you were stealing something, we'd have to apply to the ethics commission and have them run a hearing. And we'd all have to travel to Denver. So what we think is a better way is to have our own code of conduct, which we already have. With our own code of conduct, if there is a violation, we'll prosecute it ourselves. Nobody has to go to the ethics commission. Nobody has to go to the district attorney. We just take care of it here. Excuse me. So then I think the next step is to say, okay, we have a code of conduct in our municipal code, and what does it cover? So that's what the rest of this list is about. The first thing that it covers is qualification of elected officers and removal from officers. And the one thing that I noted was one thing that is always a way to remove someone is commission of a felony, which I don't think we're going to have trouble with that. So hopefully not. And then it goes on to talk a little bit about decorum in meetings. And it says that all members of the town council and planning commission and anybody who attends in the audience needs to maintain a certain level of decorum and not use profane language. And if they do, you can be removed, which is why.
Trouble, Rick.
I'll be good.
I know I've been keeping track. That is why often I don't know if we do it here, but in Arvada we always had police officers, and I think we do that here too. That's one of the reasons. Sometimes they do have to escort people out. The next thing that our code of conduct says is that malfeasance or misconduct could be an ethical violation. What's interesting about our code is it uses those two words, malfeasance and misconduct, rather than naming specific instances that would be violations. For example, taking of a gift and that from a developer and then voting yes for their development. We'll just keep things real simple. There's two sides to that approach. It is helpful to have a broad definition and we can decide whether it fits within the broad definition or not. But then you can argue endlessly about whether it fits into the broad definition or not. So if we wanted to change our code of conduct, we might make it more specific and just say taking a gift of over $500 would be a violation of our code. We can do that if we want to. I can see both sides of the argument I think they're both workable. And then our code of conduct, if we discover that we've had a violation or we think we've had a violation, then we get to have a hearing. And at the end of the hearing, we have several types of penalties that we can assess against the violating person. That would include a verbal admonition, which we can do during the proceedings, which would be sort of embarrassing. We can also do an official written reprimand. We can publicly censure the officer, and we can remove the officer from office. The Timnath Charter also contains a code of conduct items. If you are already convicted of a felony, you can't be an officer. You don't win in your election. And then it talks about conflict of interest, section 2.9 of the charter. This is if you have a conflict of interest with what is being voted upon. So if you have an ownership interest in a developer who's applying to us for an annexation or whatever, you need to recuse yourself from the vote. How recusal works is if you think that you have a conflict of interest, you give me a call and we talk it through. And then we decide, well, I think that's a conflict. So yes, you do need to convey this to the rest of the council. Or it's iffy. That's a legal term. And then I will talk to you and ask you, how do you feel? And perhaps we should just give this to the council for their information and vote. And if it really isn't a violation, usually we just don't even bring those up at council. If it's clearly not, but you weren't sure and you wanted to talk to me about it, that's fine. Okay, the next thing that happens, if my recommendation is that you bring it to council, you tell us what you think the conflict might be, and then you ask the council, you explain the facts. I own shares in the developer and I own them currently. And then the other council members take a vote as to whether or not you can recuse yourself from the vote. In my example, they would vote yes, it's clearly a conflict. And then the person who is recusing himself or herself would go into the executive room and we would continue the debate and have the vote on the issue, and then we call the person back in. And the reason that we do this is if we don't have someone who has an interest and they don't recuse themselves, then they can unwind that vote. And we never want to do stuff over because it's hard enough to get things done the first time. Okay. Then we go on to voting. In our charter, it has a very similar bent as far as what we were just speaking about. And it just says, most notably, that abstention shall not be allowed. So we have to go through that process before you can recuse yourself. And then in section 7.4 of the charter, it talks about the town council's relationship to town employees. And essentially, this is Aaron's clause. He's the person who's supposed to direct our staff. And appoint them, remove them, and discipline them, and give them raises, hopefully. So the next, I think that's pretty much my rundown of what we have. And then the next thing that I want to do is have you guys just sort of think about whether you want to move forward and bulk up our current code of conduct, or if you have any questions for me, I am open.
So here's what I think let's do is let's go down. You know, I got a couple notes. Each of you probably have a couple notes on, and just go down. And so I'm going to say 1, 2, 3, 4, and then if you have, and then anything that's not on here that you want to add to. So is that okay? Does that sound? So this really isn't here. I'm going to start. Do we want to have electronic attendance and electronic voting? You know, now in this day and age, and we've been playing with all this, it seems like it works. We all have busy lives, so it'd be nice not to always have to be here for a vote. Plus, it's probably important that your vote get recorded. And I'll just open it up. Actually, I don't have a single thing that I'm pining away that we do or not do. But what I do have is 3 or 4 different ideas. I know, Lisa, you had originally started this, so you probably have 3 or 4 ideas. And go. So the first one I'm going to throw out there is, do we want to have electronic attendance and vote by the council members on a meeting? Anybody? Go ahead, Rick.
I think I need you to clarify that a little bit, because you indicated whether you're here or somewhere else.
Not, so you're not here.
So if you're not here where you can electronically vote?
So you have to have electronic access.
Right.
You have to be where we can zoom in or see you and stuff. But you could be in Tahiti and listening, being a part of the council meeting, part of the discussion, and be allowed to vote is my question. Now, that's what I originally threw out.
Yeah.
We can narrow that as much as you want.
I'm just going to go with what I'm familiar with. When we switched in Arizona, where we had electronic voting, you still had to be on the floor. You had to still be part of the process. If the process was taking place on the chamber floor, you had to be there. And I think it's important to keep that kind of closeness to the people that are in the gallery and the people there on that issue. If somebody hides, let's say, for instance, a member.
I was hoping I could hide.
Well, not hide. I mean, as part of the thing. Let's say there's a member who might not have attended for a couple of years. If he or she decided they were still going to vote on everything, they would be able to just sort of eavesdrop and then throw in their votes. And I'd really caution you all from going down that thing. There's a process here. There's something about having 90 to 100 people out here at given issues and have that one sentence that might actually give this person an opportunity to change their vote. That if you're sitting at home or you're sitting in Tahiti, that you might not get. Then there's also the logistical problems of trying to get those votes on screen in a timely fashion. It's not that easy because this thing would have to be reconfigured where you would have the bolts on the side or underneath at the same time. So I would say, I don't have any problem electronically where we check in here, but there's something about keeping an old town manner too, as far as when there's only 5 council people or 8, including the mayor, 7, just have somebody say here or we're present and go with it that way.
I agree with you, Rick. I think being in person, we only need 3 of us for quorum. So, and we haven't had that issue in the past with reaching quorum. And I know when I was home a few weeks back, it was very uncomfortable thinking, okay, I'm going to be on Zoom where my giant face is sitting there and you guys are this tall on the Zoom screen. And that it just doesn't seem natural, or it doesn't seem comfortable if you were there, or if I'm on vacation at such and such, wherever, I don't know, Tahiti, I'm in Tahiti. The last thing I want to do in Tahiti is be on our council meeting, I mean, I'm in Tahiti. So, and I think you would have this feeling of, well, now I should carve out these couple hours on Tuesday night to be present at this meeting. So I think if I was going to Tahiti, there was something on the agenda that I felt passionate about and I wanted my voice heard, I would probably enter something into the record written that could be read, or, and talk to Aaron and say, hey, town manager, can you read this into the record for me? And this is how I feel. So I think that would be sufficient and like Rick says, we're just a small town. I think keeping that vibe would be better.
So either
Let me
Lisa,
add one thing to what Aaron said, because he's right on spot on. The other thing I'd add is, if there's an agenda item that's close, because it's maybe a Timnath Ranch issue, and one of you folks have to be out, courtesy of the council should be get a hold of the mayor and say, can we hold this another 2 weeks? Unless it's an emergency matter, it's pretty easy to notify the person being impacted, whether it's a developer or whatever, and say, Councilman Lake really wants to be part of that discussion, and she has out of state business at that time, or a matter that would not allow her to do that.
so just to
Hopefully
move it ahead, Lisa and Brett, do you sort of agree with what the discussion was? Okay, so we're not going to do that.
All right, I just want to throw in one thing. If it's necessary to achieve a quorum, you can call a council member. That's the only time that we're allowed to do that in our current code.
Okay.
2 on rules on gifts and that. I've got something here too, but does anybody else have? Yes,
I'll
Rick.
go first and then I'll talk.
Okay. First off, I'm going to ask you, Lori, is a gift considered a contribution to a campaign?
Generally, in other statutes and ordinances that I've read, it's specifically called out. A contribution to a campaign is not a gift.
Okay, should we note that in our code?
Yeah, that's where the real discussion is. Are we going to get more specific, or are we going to stay with our malfeasance, poor acts, or whatever it says, misconduct? How specific do we want to get? How far down the road do we want to go?
What do you suggest?
Go ahead, Rick.
It might be sort of a cop-out thing, but I would put that under the category of elections and campaigns, and that's a whole separate issue.
I agree.
And
That's
say
my
that-
next
that's one that
job.
we should put on a column saying, when we deal with elections, and we might want to talk about such things as putting signs on developers' property that has business before, and gifts from developers, gifts from campaign, that would be under that category. Then you don't run into a log jam with the regular conduct of business on a day-to-day basis.
And really, the reason I hesitated to ask the question is, how has the code worked to date? Has it worked, or is it not working right now? Or will this training that I gave help us do a little better job of staying with our code?
So I guess I'll bring up a little bit of the background of why one of the reasons I think that most of us probably mentioned a code of conduct is, one, I do think it would be great for all of us at either a special session or something to get a review of all of that stuff and what's included in it. I know when we first become elected officials, everything's kind of thrown at us. I know we read it at that time, but I think having some of these refreshers is a good thing. And the second thing was that we had that retreat back in May of last year, and we talked a lot about what good governance looks like, what values are important. We talked about what we kind of wanted or expected from each other, and we never really did a whole lot of follow-up with that information that we got, other than we kind of reviewed it. I have the packet right here. We all got it at one point. And so what I was thinking, and when I was looking at what other communities have done, which we did get some samples from other communities. It was really, of course, it's not going to come on here. A lot of it was, and some of them were exactly the same. I think two of the ones that we got were pretty similar, where it talked about conduct with fellow trustees in public meetings, conduct in private encounters with other elected officials, with town staff, how we act in public meetings, how we conduct ourselves in unofficial settings with other public agencies, and kind of went into some detail about that I don't know if we all think that the code of ethics or our municipal code covers some of those pieces, which were also items that we talked about at the retreat. So that's kind of a background of what I was thinking when we first kind of started talking about this. You know, what role, and it's a little bit interesting because, of course, Erin, you weren't at this, and there was a section of expectations from the town manager, things like that, that maybe it's not a bad thing if we at some point kind of have that conversation with you now that you're the town manager. So it was really more about not necessarily the ethics behind it, but just how we conduct ourselves in a respectful manner, what's okay, what's not okay, what kind of trust we're putting into staff so that we don't, in my mind, we all have a lane that we're supposed to kind of stay in, where, you know, you might kind of walk along the edge sometimes, but then I wonder, you know, do we all see our lanes as the same? And what happens when one of us steps outside of our lane? What happens when one of us is whether it's getting too involved in what staff are doing, or whether it's saying things up here that someone else doesn't feel is proper to say. So that's kind of what I was thinking with the background of some of this. To answer Lori's question of whether we need something more or not, the long answer.
One, if it's okay, the question I believe that you asked was, is this working currently? And are we abiding by the rules? And being here the longest, I would say that there's definitely been instances when people past and present have gone outside of these rules. And I think us talking about it today and being more aware of it, I mean, today is not the day, I don't think, to air our grievances, but I know that there's been conduct outside of these lines, and I would like to see that conduct stay back inside of these lines.
Excellent.
Let me give a concrete example regarding gifts, just so we'll know. And this stems back to when I was with the Bush administration and going through security clearance and everything else. It comes back to haunt you a little bit if you're not following the rules as close as you can. So clarification is always a good thing. And after my first year here, Dawn had provided me with a box of peaches at our pears at Christmas, a nice gesture. And I went to Melissa and I said, and just at one of these meetings, I said, what kind of form do I need to fill out to declare that? And she sort of had a deer in headlight look on her face, to be honest with you. But our charter indicates that if you receive a gift, you should at least put it on the record, kind of thing. And it makes it really difficult because it doesn't classify. It doesn't say it's got to be over $25 or $50 or $100. It's got to be this, got to be that. It just says if you get it. And I said, well, to be careful, I should have given her a letter, but I said, I'm going to go with the flow of what looks like traditionally they're not reporting that kind of thing. This is more of a bigger thing, but we might look at that loophole kind of thing, saying, you know, we don't expect you gifts amongst colleagues and team members of the council and that to report anything unless it's the boat that he gave Lisa. Then maybe she should declare that kind of thing. But those are the kind of little picky-uni things. And we sort of laugh, but when you go through the security clearance that I went through in that, those things come back. They come back.
I guess a question for you there, Lori. So, under the code of conduct rules, we have a section for penalties, verbal admonition, written reprimand, and public censure. I mean, to me, those all kind of seem like pretty much the same thing, just kind of a slap on the wrist. And how angry is the rest of the council at what somebody else did? Really, I mean, am I understanding that right? Those are all basically the same thing?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. So and I ask that just because if there's concerns about any elected official not following, it seems like not following the code of conduct seems like that's the area. Do we feel these penalties are appropriate, effective? Are they even used if a council member feels that they need to be used? I mean, some of that I think would fall on the council to if they think somebody's stringing them from the code of conduct is to use the penalties that are already in place to issue an admonition, please do this, don't do this. And I guess one other question I had about the most severe penalty there, the removal of an officer from the office. Is that just a simple majority of the council that votes that? That's it, huh?
Well, after a hearing,
Okay.
because you may say I didn't actually do what I'm being accused of doing, right?
Okay.
And the other reason that the other three, it's supposed to be successively a little bit worse. I know they seem very close.
Uh-huh.
The reason they're so minimal is that we don't have any police power. I mean, we
Right.
can't assess fines. We can't take away your driver's license. There's not much we can do other than publicly kind of shame you into behaving better or removing you from office if it's egregious.
Okay. Well, and I agree that some level of public notice of a behavior seems to be effective. I mean, I think, going back to the election contributions and gifts, that's the kind of thing that comes out in elections, and there can be an electoral price for such a thing if the public feels that something was not up to a certain standard. With that removal of officer, I assume the person accused wouldn't vote. It would be a 4-vote.
Right.
Okay, so you'd actually have to have 3 out of.
Danger of, 2-2 split, and then it doesn't happen.
Okay,
That's
so
a loss. Mhm.
Okay, so in practice, you'd actually have to have a super majority of some kind. Okay. I'm just thinking out loud here. I don't have any specific point I'm trying to
Well,
make.
it's kind of interesting. Larkspur, this isn't what the council did. This was a recall election, but Larkspur just removed their mayor and one of the council members from office. So that just happened.
Do we have any recall mechanism in our?
We do.
Okay.
Right.
Well,
And-
that's the voters, but
Right.
the petition, yeah.
Right.
And along those lines, if there's something that's really egregious, really bad,
Sure.
you've got racketeering, RICO, you've got taking bribes, and then the folks that aren't too interested about the malfeasance end, they get very interested.
Yeah.
And they've got state and laws that they can go after you. It still would require Mark or the council to call a meeting and ask Rick Collins never to attend again. And with a vote, I shouldn't be allowed to attend again. But there's other safeguards that build into that.
That's true. I think that's I'm sorry, just a really good point when I said we don't have police power, others do. And that's why we don't do much. Yeah.
One more question. So I know this came up, this was a couple years ago now. And Lori, maybe you can remind me, is there something in there, and we as a council have not had this issue, but in the past, I know it's been an issue with council, certain council members not attending meetings. Do we have an attendance piece written into ours as far as a number or a percentage or with approval from council or something like that?
I think that we do. We do not. Okay. I can't remember. I've read
Yeah.
probably 15 codes of conduct in order to prepare for this meeting.
Because I think that
So
could
thank
be-
you, Rick.
Yeah,
Well,
that,
no, actually, I think when Phil led up the charter changes was it 2006 or whatever, and changed a few things. One of the things that was changed was that vacancy or not attending the council meetings. And it said it in the notes at that time that I read said that should be fixed. And I couldn't
Never
find,
did.
when I was looking at it, I couldn't, with the example we've had before, I couldn't find anywhere in there where they actually had laid out that process. So it was very hard for them to do anything.
I remember, I looked at a number of years back and I remember that it was sort of vague, you know, I mean, there was no, like, if you've missed 25% of the meetings, then there's some penalty, but it was just vague, I think.
Now that you remind me, and I really appreciate that, it gets us back to that malfeasance misconduct. That's pretty much what our standard is. It's not very specific. And in Arvada, we had, you don't attend 3 meetings in a row and we could remove you. Or if you show up in an incapacitated state, we'll just say drunk or something, we could also remove you. So, I mean, we could say that's malfeasance or misconduct, but then we debate, well, I had 2 drinks and not 7, you know, it gets a little.
Right, and it can be a very simple language. Yeah, what we used at the legislature is they had to notify the speaker. In this case, they would notify the mayor and say, I'm going to be on vacation or I'm going to be on business and have a legitimate reason. And if he or she then notified prior, they were excused. So when you get to the meeting, you just say, Rick's been excused on a personal business or on whatever. And then you put in there that if the person isn't notifying and doesn't have a legitimate and sort of identify legitimate as the whims, the ultimate comes down to when the mayor thinks it's not legitimate anymore, he or she takes it to the council and the council decides by a majority that there's been too many. Then you can take action and you can keep it pretty simple. But there was no really, as far as with the thing you had for years, it just, your hands are tied.
Very loosey-goosey.
Yeah, your hands are tied.
Yeah, so I think tightening that up would be good for future councils as well.
I had a couple extra questions here.
You know what? Let's do something too.
Okay.
In our code of ethics, our code of conduct, we go by Robert's Rules of Order, which means you need to be called on before you talk. And I think I try to do it, but I've noticed a couple times two people are talking at the same time, and I try to look back and forth. So, just make me aware that you are, and then I'll call on you.
Well,
So
that's
I'm
also
calling on you.
partially me. And I apologize. In sort of a workshop setting, they're looking at me and I'm going, go ahead. So it's a little confusing and I probably
We felt it
created that.
differently on a workshop.
Yeah. So here we could really literally be sitting around a table and just talking, which is kind of what we're trying to do a little more than such a formal setting, but you're absolutely right. For public hearings. Yeah.
A couple questions about the recusals. Do we have a clear rule on if someone recuses, they're allowed to stay in the room or not? Or you mentioned they would go in the executive room, but I know when I had my intake training, there was some nebulous instruction on that.
Well, it does say, shall not participate further in the matter.
Mhm.
And that's in 2.9 in the charter.
Mhm.
The way I've always done it is you don't get to participate. You also need to leave because you can participate quite well with your gestures, with your facial expressions, with threatening. So I have always had people go into the executive session room for that discussion.
Okay, and I agree with that point. I just didn't know if language needed to be
Maybe
added
be
there or not.
more clear.
I'll defer to you on that, but that was just
Well, it sounds like we're going to beef up the code a little bit. That's kind of what I'm hearing. So I'm just going to keep taking notes and then we'll come back with a draft when I get it done.
And then further on that note, you mentioned the process for explaining conflicts of interest, and just as a matter of order, I know there's some of the consent agendas that Mark regularly feels the need to recuse himself from. Do we need to follow him explaining that every single time he does that consent agenda recusal, or is it? Because I think we've tended to not do a full explanation.
Yeah,
every time.
we're not doing it right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's my question. Is it-
We had a great conversation. Yeah.
Because Lori and I had a long talk, and Aaron was participant in that. Is when I came in the office, I said, if I've ever talked to anybody at Suka-Bush, my old CPA firm, that I'm going to recuse myself. And as it's progressed and everything else, and we got a new lawyer and we got a new town manager, they don't believe that I should be doing that, which is great. First off, it's not my right to recuse, which I didn't know. You guys are supposed to vote on it, which we weren't ever corrected, but you guys are supposed to vote on it. I can't unilaterally recuse myself, which is probably the most conservative way, but still, you guys are supposed to vote on it and stuff too. So we'll be doing that. And we're going to be doing it twice today, by the way. The second thing is, as we talked, well, I have, as you guys know, Suka-Bush was my CPA firm that I owned. I sold my interest in it in 2018. My son is managing partner there. CPA firms have a code of confidentiality. I don't know who their clients are. Now, I know the ones that were there when I was there, but 3 years have gone by. I don't know who's there anymore and who's not. So unless somebody coming says, hey, Mark, I'm working with your son or something, I'm not going to know. So it's possible I could have a conflict under this definition because I have a sibling. I mean, I have my son that's there and not know it. And he can't tell me. He can't tell me. He can't say who their clients are. He can't say what they're working on, anything like that. So that's first thing. Second thing is John Turner. As it turns, and I'll be explaining this in a deal, but I thought since we've been talking about stuff, I knew John Turner was a client, but I never worked on him. But anyway, I decided I should recuse myself. Well, I'm talking to Lori. She thinks that's not correct, that I should go ahead and participate. And the reason why is I did call Dino DiTullio, who's his partner, and asked Dino, hey, Dino, are you and Turner partners still in any of the partnerships that the firm does? And he goes, no. And I knew that was wrong because I know there was at least one or two little ones. And I said, hey, Dino, there's a couple little ones. He said, well, if they are, they're so little, they aren't anything. So being that that's at most, he's a partner in a firm that maybe is paying $1,000 for 2 tax returns and he's only a third partner, it doesn't hit substantial. And so Lori's advised me not to recuse myself from that. The other one is Don Toronto and his firm. And Don has always said from the very get-go, you shouldn't be recusing yourself just because he didn't feel that he'd be disadvantaged or advantaged on it. And again, we talked about it. His fees to the firm are a little more than that. I don't know exactly what they are, but they're a little more than that. But the fee, I have no interest in this in the firm. Sold it in September of 18. I have no benefits that come back from that during those 3 years period of time and stuff. And the gross, and I guess is going to hit.
So you're just going substantiality.
There's a substantiality, yeah, and you knew what I was hesitating on. I hate to say what they make, but I can tell you it's significantly more than Don's fees, although they'd love to charge him more probably. But it's significant. I mean, to the point where he's 0.001% type thing. So you're going to see me ask you guys that I'm not going to recuse myself from TST. I'm not going to recuse myself from Turner. And I'm not even going to bring up the fact of, and she gave this as another example of Byron Collins coming. He's going to have a discussion on a amendment plat. Well, Byron and I are longtime friends. We play golf together, but I've never had any financial dealings with Byron as far as him paying me a fee or him and I being in a partnership or something like that. And so Lori said very clearly, since there's no financial thing, just because you're friends, unless you think that it would affect your vote, your judgment things, we won't. So that's a lot. That's not really what this was all intended to do, but I thought we're going to be talking about it and I'm changing what I've been doing. I thought I'd like to let you guys hear it. And if you have any personal questions on that, I'm more than happy to talk. John Turner gave me a call before the 8th filing. And it was funny because was it you or Aaron that repeated almost verbatim? I think it was Aaron that repeated verbatim what John Turner said. And what Turner said was, look, you got voted by the residents. It's unfair for the residents that they don't get your vote. Secondly, that it's not a conflict in any stretch of the imagination. So you shouldn't do it just because you decided that it was, you're trying to be way above board. That's not what the code says and what goes on. And so to be fair, both to John Turner, to the town, and to the council on because they deserve to have your input in those discussions, you shouldn't be recusing. And it was funny because Aaron went through for about 3 sentences and I said, God, if I had a tape recorder, I could have told you that's exactly what John Turner told me too. So, we spent some time talking about it, and with new legal counsel, with new town manager, we decided the old way wasn't probably the best way.
And then also just real quickly, I know Aaron, you wanted to say something, but Brett, to answer your question, if there is no conflict, it should not even come up in our public hearing because somebody with a question about conflict will have already talked to me and I'll say there's no conflict. If there's an appearance of conflict and I'm not sure, it will come up and then you guys will vote on it. If there's a conflict, it will come up and he will recuse himself or anyone on the council will recuse themselves. So we should probably have less recusals now that we've had the conversation and, there's a new people here that see things a little differently than you guys did previously. And when you do see one, it'll be, we're not sure, or yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a conflict here, but you guys still get to vote.
No, that answered my question, since you all had the conversation and you agree, no, this is fine, then it doesn't come to a vote.
That's correct. So
Okay,
just give me
great.
a call.
Perfect.
Yeah, a clear cut answer. We're not going to take up public hearing time on.
So, and the reason why I went through that, TST and Turner would be clear that I don't have a recusal. But since I recused before, I thought I think Lori and I both thought it'd be best to bring it up, let you guys vote because.
Just to set the record clear.
But going directly to your question,
sure.
If I hadn't done that before, we wouldn't even be talking about it because it was okay.
Yeah, and I agree with you because if we talk about it and there's nothing there, then it just brings up questions in
It
people's
takes
minds
some
that's
time
not
and
necessary.
yeah. So if you do have one, please give me a call and
But
we'll
I
talk
think
it
I have
through.
to set the record since I did it before.
Sure.
It's my thought and it's up to you guys, but I mean, it's my thought. And I think that's what Lori advised. Yeah. Lisa.
So this is slightly off subject, but it was brought up earlier, so I wrote it down and just, you had mentioned that there's a bunch of things that we've been doing incorrectly. So I'm hoping that you and Lori or whoever will kind of work us through that process. One of the ones you mentioned is that you're supposed to call on us during regular meetings. How do we get your attention if?
No, that's a great question. And I try to swing, and I think I do swing pretty good. But I've noticed a couple of times I'll be looking at Brett, and somebody over here will say something, or I'm looking at Rick, and then Brett will say something. And so just say Mark, okay. But I think I do pretty good swivel head. But if I don't say Mark, just to get before you start talking,
Perfect.
and I think that would be.
I have a
But I
question.
probably misstated something because there isn't a bunch well, in fact, the only ones I know of was Robert's Rules of Order on just that, on being acknowledged and the recusal. And the place that we didn't do it is it wasn't my right to recuse. It's your right.
Okay.
And so I could say, I'm going to recuse myself. You guys all vote, no, you can't recuse yourself. That'd be a weird vote, but in essence, you could, and we should have done that.
I just
Isn't
wanted.
that right, Lori? Am I?
Yeah, you're right on track. You're
Okay.
exactly right. I just wanted to say, with Brian in the room, I'll throw you under the bus here. I don't really know what your screens do, but I know Rick has seen this, but I've seen screens where when somebody wants to speak, they push a button. When they want to vote, it's a different button, and it shows up on everybody else's screen. So it's kind of like when you're in Zoom, Lisa raised her hand, you know? So I don't know if that's way out of budget or that's crazy, but that's a pretty effective system, you know? You don't usually need it with 5 people, but.
Yeah, I mean, so we are actually going to be looking at kind of reconfiguring the system because we're now using the system in a different way that it was originally designed and intended. So all those monitors are touchscreen monitors. So it's just probably a programming matter to make something like that happen. So we could, I'm happy to investigate that when we kind of revise this stuff.
Rick.
Yeah, until we get the screen refigured, it's easy to do it here. If I just turn that
Yeah, I was going to say, is
Thanks
that
a
how
lot.
you're going to do it?
it's not showing the red. And if I want to talk for sure, I get it ready before I'm ready to talk and turn on the red. And he'd be able to see if he looks down the road if somebody has red on.
I was going to
Plus,
suggest that, but I
It's
didn't want
good.
to make you guys have to keep
I don't know if
clicking.
you noticed too, that when you turn off your mic, then the audio comes in. If the red's on there, you don't get the audio. I want to go spin back to a comment that Brett had made regarding the penalty box, of sending somebody to the penalty box. I'd had heartburn on that because historically, we didn't do that in the chamber. But I have no issue doing that. It's fine, especially if we have the ability to listen in there then. Because it's very important to be able to, if your whole neighborhood's down here arguing a case, I want to hear what they're saying and who's saying it. I'm not going to stand out here or get signs up, but having the ability to go in there, and if everybody's cool about saying, at least you can hear the debate from outside or inside the penalty box, I think that's fine. But that
I
needs
thought it was
clarification.
streamed in there, but that was just an assumption on my part. Like we have this, is that true? Or like when we've had overflow, we planned for
Yeah,
overflow
we can
people?
make sure to set it up. that way.
Yeah. And I'm not really dug in on that one. You have to get up and leave, but that's the way I've done it in the past.
Right, and we don't tape the meetings or record them.
Yeah, we
So,
do.
Our
We
clerk
do.
does an excellent job, huh?
We record.
Do we?
You
Yeah.
can go back and
It's
watch
put
the
out-
old
Yeah,
ones.
that's right on that.
It's put on the website,
Yeah,
I thought.
does an
Yeah.
excellent job with the minutes, but it's something to be able to hear them. And then when that guy, that Byron Collins comes in and talks, when we go home, I can really say, what did you do that
What were you
for?"
saying? So that's one you guys can give me direction on. I don't, but probably pretty soon because we might have one coming up pretty quickly. Go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
yeah.
doing it again. Sorry. I'm used to running meetings, so you have to forgive me, Mayor.
Who am I getting permission from to talk? From Lori or Mark?
From the mayor.
Okay.
Well, it's a workshop from me.
Okay. I had one other question. So as we have these rules about verbal comments that need to be respectful, and if someone becomes profane or abusive, that they are no longer allowed to attend the meeting. And I get that there's a good reason for having the live attendance meet a certain code of conduct. Is there any, based on my question about written comments, if written comments start to cross lines about trying to bully council members or bully other residents, or how do we navigate First Amendment issues with the code of conduct there? Is there any guidance that we can do there?
Yeah, what I've done before is redact written comments.
Okay.
So they're redacted and then put into the public record. I mean, they're not redacted, hopefully not so much that you can't understand what the person is saying, but you take out all the bad words or the bullying words or the fighting words. There are certain things that aren't covered by the First Amendment, and fighting words would be an example. So I'm going to come to your house and do something bad to you. That doesn't have to stay in.
Okay.
But and PS don't vote on ABC. That stays in because that's their opinion about something before the council.
That's really a good comment because we had that one letter that I thought was threatening. Yeah, I was going to say bullying for sure, but threatening. And nothing ever happened on it. And you're saying we can redact that kind of stuff. So that's a good comment.
Yeah, what we're trying to do is straddle First Amendment rights,
Yeah.
the right to speak and also, but not the right to incite a riot or fighting words and those sort of
So,
things, or
so
commercial speech.
let's say that someone sends in this written comment. Does this get redacted before it gets to the council members, or we are the only ones that are going to see a threat, and then we have to
I've
complain to
only-
you and
I've
ask
only
you to redact?
redacted it prior to it becoming part of the public record.
Okay.
If somebody wants us, it would be more in your realm to redact stuff before we send it to you for looking at.
All right. Okay.
We could
I
do
wanna
that.
See it.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, there's good reason to want to know, see it.
Okay. I was just curious on the process. I think that's all the questions I
Any
I
other?
had.
Oh,
I'm trying to get Mark's,
She is
I'm trying
not.
to get Mark's attention.
I can't
She
help
is not.
myself. I
Oh,
can't
go
help
ahead.
myself.
Yeah, the redaction thing, I think it's definitely got to be where we see the original letter. Because you hold yourself up for a lawsuit if not, because the person might say that they changed the whole meaning of my letter or the ability to really sway them.
Excellent
And if
point.
somebody uses a naughty word, it doesn't bother me. But for the public record, I think, and then you might have to put that this had been redacted and put a line underneath and say it had been redacted.
Yep.
To keep it within.
By us, yeah.
Within council guidelines.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
I think what Brett was doing, Lori, let's just hit exact. One resident said, I know where you live. I know how to get to you. You're going to regret not doing it.
It's not very nice.
No. No, we all thought not either.
Yeah.
But that sentence there would be redacted, I'd assume, but
Yeah. Threat. Yeah.
okay. Any other comments on code of ethics? Yes.
Sort of housekeeping, and it's on ethics, but it's also on the process of the council itself. One is on the items that we have on our agendas, and now that we're going over the internet and feeding it, sometimes I think we assume, and not correctly, that everybody out there has looked at the agendas ahead of time and looked at the issues. And we sort of shortcut them by not having an intro on every bill as far as our resolution saying what this is all about and have 2 or 3 sentences, because I've heard some neighbors say, well, we turned in to hear what was going on, but we didn't have a cheat sheet to show us what was going on. So if the mayor or the staff could at least have some kind of intro, it might add 5 minutes or 3 minutes to the meeting, but at least it brings somebody that just wanted to tune in up to speed a little bit about some of this stuff, because we can whiz through this thing pretty fast because
So-
we've already went ahead and looked at them.
So I don't disagree with what you just said, Rick, but so let's go to 7C because that has a bunch of stuff. So you got the resolution, you got the series, you got the public hearing, you got a resolution approving. Do you want more than that?
No, just when we say the next item is resolution 22, and it deals with Willis Farms, and what this is they're changing their plan. They want.
Wait.
And
No,
then
you
go to
did
the
want
staff.
more.
It's what you're throwing out there to tell them what it is, instead of just going to the item and then going right into the discussion. Because a lot of times there's no discussion, basically. We'll look over and we'll say, Brian, do you have anything to add? Or, Matt, do you have anything to add? And
I hear you, but that's tough to do. That's tough for me to do because I don't have the info there. I'm going to have to go in and make my decision.
well, no, I'm just
Now,
throwing
can
it
I
out there.
may-
I'm not
yeah.
saying to start it right now, but to start it going forward. Because remember, these people they might be looking at one item on the agenda, but there's 6 items and they sit through it and they don't know what those other 6 items, they don't even know one sentence about it. We
Right.
just said,
But couldn't they
I've had the, oh, I'm
Just a sec, just a
sorry.
sec,
Yeah,
Lisa. There was a good example of why I wanted to
Too many
do it.
people at the same time.
Because Lisa's had her hand up for a while.
I-
Lisa.
I was going to say, I feel like you have to put a little bit of responsibility on the community members if they're tuning in online. However, I also have a question, again, with our technology system. Is it possible that on the screen that they're seeing, the agenda item is like written on the bottom or something like that? Only because I don't think, I think we got to put it on them. If they jump on in the middle, they're going to have to listen a little bit to find out where we're at in the agenda. I mean, we could have just said it, that whole 5-minute spiel, and then they come on. And so we don't know when people are joining. So I feel like we got to put that on them. But if there is a technology way to put like an agenda item, even if it's just the item number or something like that, that's easy and not cost prohibitive to do, I think we could look into that.
So that we do have the technology to do that. Well, once we get everything reconfigured, we will have the technology to do that. The issue right now, not to belabor the point, is that we're streaming our feed out of the Zoom meeting right now. There's another way for us to process that feed that gives us a little bit more control over what's going out. And we have the equipment to do that, but we're still working on there's some technical challenges. We're getting everybody back into the meeting and then spitting that stream out.
Sure.
Correctly. So, but I'm hoping to get all that resolved here in the next couple of months, and then we would be able to start putting those banners up, just saying kind of where we are in the meeting.
Aaron.
Along that same line then with that, I know that a long time ago, we had talked about the different technology packages that, were available. And the thing that I remember that I think would be helpful and really goes to Rick's point too, is having some indexing of these meetings. So if I'm interested in item 7D, I can just go to the meeting and watch item 7D without having to watch the hour and 15 minutes before, because I don't know when item 7D is going to get brought up. I think that would be really handy, because I've heard that comment from others. Well, I wanted to listen to so-and-so, but you guys droned on about all these other items, and then I tuned out before
Must have
I
been
got
Lisa.
to the thing. So, I think that having that technology, and maybe that's a discussion for a different day when we talk about this again, but in my opinion, that would be very handy for the residents to be able to click to see what they want.
A bookmark.
Yeah, a bookmark, yeah.
Brett.
Just a question for Rick there. So you were talking about wanting a framing of the issue. I mean, generally, when we have a development proposal come up, a staff member starts the discussion by giving a large overview. And I'm not sure I understand, you're wanting something more than what the staff member generally tends to do? We talk about rezoning at
Do you
Timnath
guys
Ranch,
mind
Kevin.
if I jump in really
Yeah.
quick? Robert's rules says that the topic of the motion should be read 3 times before you get to a vote. So you introduce it, you ask for a motion, it's read in the motion, it's seconded, and then we have voted yay or nay on this. So you say it 3 times. It's a lot of talking, but it creates an excellent record, which is what I'm always going for in case we get sued.
So let's just go for a second. So I think I usually read the first, so that's one. But when we call for the motion, I don't think we are saying the whole thing. So we need to do that. But I know we aren't doing the second.
And then the final.
And so on this, because I just say, do we have a second? And that's it.
No, the
So-
second, we don't have to read it, the final.
Well, so where's the 3?
The final. It passed or it failed. So the resolution to, issue more
Oh.
permits.
So I should be saying
Passed or
at the end,
Yeah,
this resolution passed such a.
yeah.
Okay,
Resolution
got it.
series number, blah, 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 regarding issuance of permits. We really should be saying that 3 times, which is maybe overkill, but that's what Robert's
You just
calls
want me to
for.
work harder.
I just
than
want you to
that.
work.
We're making this more difficult than it is, and I agree with what you're saying. What I'm saying is, if we've got the fire chief out and he's going to come up and talk about the $577 you can put on every house, when you introduce it, instead of we say resolution 707, you say resolution whatever it is, and what this deals with is impact fees, which is a fee that's put on the purchase of a new house. Enough that a person knows, instead of just saying, let's get started.
I hear you, but
Yeah.
there's, some of these things have 6 or 7 subtopics
I
to
understand.
it, so.
Well, I have two suggestions. The first one I've used before, and that's to give the chairperson a script, and they work through that. The second one is I'd be willing to do all that reading. I haven't looked at whether that qualifies as to have your council do that for you, so.
I'm fine with reading it, but maybe, yeah, I mean, if we want to do what Rick's doing, I just need another sentence or two in the packet,
That's great.
which as actually anybody probably would.
Yeah, I just look at it, excuse me for jumping in, but just look at it as pretend that you're on that side and you're out in a house and you're listening in. You want to know a little more, because sometimes we can go through these items pretty dang fast.
So Lori, I think we've got the title of the resolution. We got the resolution number. We got the title of the resolution, and I guess maybe add the key points in that resolution is what I think Rick's asking for.
Sure, and I even think if we just say approving the Catherine Graves minor subdivision, I think that's enough. I think we've been kind of saying item 7A, any discussion, and that doesn't help the viewers. Yeah.
I think I've hit
I might be,
that
I might
most of the
be,
time.
yeah, I'm probably cutting it too short, but
Okay.
Mark,
Yes.
it is a workshop. And
That's right.
it's important to do this because it's the way we treat a consent calendar. A consent calendar is supposed to be for a non-controversial item. Our charter states very clearly that everybody has 2 bites at the apple in terms of the topic and amendments or changes to it. So anything that Phil sends us from the Planning Commission, we put the first reading of that on a consent calendar, and all we do is ask for a motion of the council to accept the consent calendar, and then we go to the next meeting 2 weeks later. We didn't give them their opportunity under the charter to even say boo on it or to influence it. So it's just important to have these things out. I'm not trying to add time. I think you also have a thing called the Timnath Council, what's traditionally their process, and that carries some merit. But if it's in the charter that they've got 2 bites at the apple, sooner or later it might come by to bite us, because Wild Wing didn't have 2 bites at the apple because we fast tracked it. And luckily, Phil's done an excellent job in their group in the planning with the staff to avoid those kind of conflicts coming up. But as we grow as a town and we get down into the minutia, sooner or later, you're going to get some crazy guy like me that's out on the other side of that wall right there that'll say, hey, wait a minute here. I didn't get a chance on this. Legislative, what they do is they treat it by, when they put out the agenda, you can notify the speaker's office or the clerk's office at any time before the meeting and say, I serve on the council or I'm a state legislator, and I want that pulled from the consent calendar because I don't agree that there's not going to be a hearing on this. So
I absolutely agree.
I'm sorry.
I see you. Lisa, though.
I agree with that. I had been to many Fort Collins council meetings, all sorts of different communities, and the first hearing of it, the first reading of it was always open to comments by the public as well as council. And then it got put on the consent agenda if it was a unanimous vote among council. And then it would only be discussed at second hearing if a community member were to pull it. So that's what I was always used to too. And
I'll make a quick comment to that, because when I first got here, I said, there's stuff in this consent agenda that I don't think is consent. I got overruled by Wes at the time. And so I never felt comfortable a lot of times with what was on the consent, but I was, if I can use the word, railroaded into saying that's where it stays.
No, Lisa said one.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm just trying to be.
Attentive to you. All right, we've only got, because I think we need a 10-minute break between starting the council and ending this. And so we've got 12 minutes left.
Well, we can do charter very quickly.
Okay. You don't
want
need
me
to
to?
read us what you've written.
Okay.
So why don't you ask us what input you'd like us to provide, or however you want to do it, Lori?
Let me find my, oh. So on charter, one of the things that was brought up to me when I asked people what they wanted to see done was an amendment to the charter. And there were two items that were specifically mentioned. One was term limits. And the Colorado Constitution provides for term limits of public officials, and it's limited to 2. Our charter says we don't have term limits. So if we wanted to, we could delete that requirement and then we would just default to limited to 2 terms. The issue is charter amendments are elections. They're time consuming and they're expensive. I'm not saying we're not going to do it. Staff will do whatever it is that you want us to do, but we want to know how much of an appetite you have before we start heading down this road. Do you want us to head down this road? The second one, let me just mention real quick, was the voting, where you have runoff elections, and that's 3B on your piece of paper there. I don't want to read it to you, but that was another suggestion. And then I had a couple as I went through the charter, and then I had some typographical errors. If we're going to go through this pain, we might as well fix the typos. So that's it on charter.
Would it still increase the cost? Would it be still an expensive process if, we had just at the next council member election, we threw some of these charter amendment votes on the same ballot? Or does this have to be its own separate election?
Yeah, it does. You can't do it that way.
Oh, okay.
And I attached a schedule to your pieces of paper. It kind of shows you how arduous the process is. And we actually amended the charter back in 2015. So this is a draft from our old council. So I didn't change this at all. And it just shows you we should be starting on it. If we want to do it this year, we need to do it right now to get started on the process. So
I don't suppose we have any idea, Lisa or anybody, just the rough cost of what it would be to run an election, just roughly. Okay.
It's about 30,000 is what I was told.
30,000?
that's the number I've heard.
Okay.
But that's a lawyer talking, so I don't know.
Okay. Okay.
I'll jump in here.
Go ahead.
This is an excellent item to push towards a town survey and ask the community if they think term limits, 2 terms per office per holder, is appropriate or not. And even the second item, to push it there and see what kind of appetite there is out there. The 30,000 is an old number. Those numbers go up quite a bit. And timing is everything. If this council so desired to pass term limits, we would want to figure out politically what gives us the greatest opportunity to do that. Timing is very important always.
The other thing we were talking about was campaign limits. Is that an I heard,
Yeah.
saw Rick say elections are in one deal. Is that
Yeah,
an
that-
election or is that a charter?
That's election. I mean, there
Okay,
is stuff in our code and in our charter about elections, but I wanted to handle that separately
Yeah,
as
no,
our
that's great.
next, maybe we have another workshop or whatever, but just kind of wanted to, I didn't think we'd have enough time to do 3 big things, so.
I have a couple questions. So in these, for the charter amendments, in section 3, number 1, A1, how is that different than what we currently have? I mean, what is the change, I guess, there?
Everything here is what we have.
Oh, this is what we have?
Yes.
Well, no. 'cause-
Except for the bold that she put where it says note.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah, so the question being, do you want term limits or not? We don't have them right now.
Gotcha. And I agree with Rick. I think that would be an excellent question to throw out on survey, because if it was an overwhelming, we don't want term limits, then why
Yeah.
spend $30,000,
Well,
$40,000 to?
I think how we do the charter, sorry to stay with, I'm not going to cut you off here, but I am going to make a comment. The reason why that Lori is sort of saying we need to get moving now is if we attach to a general election, which is coming up in November, there's no charge to us.
Okay.
It's part of it. It's only if we were,
Go
pardon?
ahead, go ahead and let Rick, go ahead.
What are you shaking your head?
Yeah. There's no general election in November.
Is that right? I thought you told me.
No, that's right.
Okay,
Um,
well then,
Either way, it's gonna,
it's
yeah.
a moot point.
And see, we'd be better to piggyback onto
Absolutely.
the elections in a year from now for the town.
Mark,
if we
if I
did
could jump in just for a
Yeah.
second. Mark.
So go ahead,
There,
Aaron.
there will be a Larimer County election in November. We can piggyback, so there would be some efficiencies, but there
Sorry.
will be a
I thought that's
charge.
what you told me.
Sorry
There
about
will be a
that.
charge. I don't know what that is off the top of my head. I could find that number out there. So there would be a cost
Melissa might
associated with
know.
it, but we can utilize the Larimer County election that happens.
I thought it was almost inconsequential.
Well, if
Lisa, are you saying you know a number?
and Mayor,
She
if we-
says she's looking up some history so that she can check into Larimer County and the election and see what she can find for us.
Okay,
Mayor, the thing you have to be careful there is we don't know what's on their ballot in November. I don't. And you might end up with a vote where you're not bringing people out anyway. And that's why I'm saying timing is so important. And where I'm at is if we're going to go through this or we're going to spend the money and we want term limits, then we figure out where it's to our advantage. If we're going to put that up. If it's not to our advantage, we might be walking down the wrong path.
probably makes, I'm looking at you guys, it probably makes more sense to do it in April anyway, because that's when two of you are running again for election. So it sort of is the council. I mean, it's a resident type of yeah. I mean, do you guys, I'm sort of looking for a nod of the head so we can give, because I think Lori's concerned about if we're going to do it in November or not. And if April, if no one has any compulsion of trying to get it in November, I'd say, you know, let's sort of shoot for April, and that'll also give Lori a lot more time. Go ahead, Lisa.
Well, one is I definitely think the survey, and Mark, you and I had talked about this quite a while ago, where I feel like that should be a question we kind of ask ahead of time. But for some reason, I thought we could not do it in our local April election. Am I just?
That's what I recall hearing as well, yes.
I feel like I had heard that it has to, I mean, we have where you check a little box, and that was my understanding, but I could
We
be
couldn't
wrong.
do it in April? Does that make,
That was what I asked earlier, was could we tack it on the same ballot as the council member elections?
Neither Aaron and I are aware of any constraints of that type.
Oh,
So,
okay.
but we'll certainly check, because I may have even said that to you. So
okay.
All right. Well, it was
Yeah.
when I asked like 5-10 minutes ago. Maybe I didn't ask it right, but
Yeah.
you're
Sorry.
saying we could put it on that same ballot, two people running for a council member spot in question 3.
do you want to amend the
Do you want to turn
charter?
limit? Okay.
Yeah, because I just feel like we'd be rushing it to try to get something on the November. Personally, I don't feel like right now with the information I have that I feel like that it would be important enough at this point, unless I hear from community members that this is something that they want to bring forward. And I personally haven't heard that. I've heard some council members maybe mention that, but it's not an issue I've ever heard being brought up by community members. So I'd like to get their input a little bit more before
Yeah, I
doing that.
agree with that. And the election's not a charter. I mean, election limits are not a charter thing. It's just
I think there is something in our charter and in our code regarding elections, but I haven't looked at that
No,
extensively.
I'm sorry. Election contribution limits. I didn't state correctly.
Yeah, same, but same, it still all rolls into election. So that
But-
one I'll take a look at and do the same kind of little workshop shop for us.
So so here's my question, and if you don't know the answer, that's fine. Contribution limits, if we wanted to put limits on contributions, is that something we can vote on, or is that something that we have to, I know we'll vote on it to get it on is it something that the residents vote on?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah,
Could you get back to us on that then?
I sure will. You know, don't you, Rick? I can tell.
Oh.
No, I actually appreciate, I'm grateful.
You do or you don't? Go ahead.
It's okay. It doesn't,
Well, historically, what you've got is you've got the ability to do it as a legislative body or a council, but you also have the ability, if you want to put it where it can never be changed, to put it into like a charter change where the people vote on it, but then to change it, they would have to vote on it again to ever change it. So you probably want to keep it on a council level. So as time goes on and you've got
You can move it around.
inflation and everything, you can adjust those kind of things. But you do have that flexibility unless Timnath has something I'm not aware of.
I think that's really, let me just say real quickly, that's a really good point, because with respect to amending the charter, there's two ways you can do it, which is the public can bring forth a petition for a change that they want to see made, or council can do it by ordinance. And either way, it still has to go to a vote. So thanks, Rick. Actually, I really appreciate everything you have to say.
So Aaron, maybe if we could put an agenda item sometime before December, because that would be when people start getting donations for the next election, that we bring this up to discuss. Okay. Is there anything else we want to talk about? I don't want to carry this too much further. Is everybody good?
On the code of conduct, is there anything in our writing about how we as council treat the staff in, like a public meeting? Was that addressed here? I just didn't really
Yes,
see it as-
absolutely. Absolutely. It's actually part of our charter. And it was the one that I breezed over very quickly that says, you really don't direct staff. You need to treat us with respect, and that any direction or supervision or correction, discipline of staff is purely in the purview of the manager. And in my case, if I ever got a staff, it would be me. And then, of course, the judge. You don't mess with the judge's clerk either. So.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure that it was already addressed in our.
Yeah, I can actually tell you what the number is if you want it.
Okay, could I have a motion to adjourn the work, or do I have to adjourn the work session?
We don't.
Okay.
But I think we might as well.
Oh, so could I have
We
a
stand
motion to
adjourned.
adjourn the work session?
So moved.
Okay, could I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, it passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, Melissa, could you call us to order? For the Timnath Landing General Improvement District Board.
Yes, Chairperson Mark Sukup,
Here.
Commissioner Rick Collins. Here. Commissioner Aaron Pearson,
Here.
Commissioner Lisa Lake,
Here.
Commissioner Brett Hansen.
Here.
Okay. We've got resolution number GID 01, Series 2021, a resolution accepting the 2020 audit performed by Whipley. Lisa.
Thank you. What you have in your packet is the final draft of the 2020 audit. Field work was completed a couple weeks ago. And if you accept this audit, then they will issue the final. And just a reminder, this is a blended component unit of the town, so it will be presented in the town's audited financials as well. We just perform a separate audit for them. I'll briefly just go over some of the activity in the 2020 audit, and then I'll turn it over to Greg, who from the audit firm, so he can speak. As far as the 2020 activity, there was 22,000 in town advance for administrative costs for the GID, and then 144,000 in developer advances for capital projects. That leaves a balance on the, excuse me, on the town advance of a total of 58,000, and then developer advance of 1.3 million. It's pretty straightforward. That's the only activity in the Timnath Landings GID. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer that.
Does anybody have any questions? Okay. Nope. Thanks, Lisa.
And if Greg wants to unmute himself, he can speak just a little bit about the audit and his letter.
Great. Greg. Where is Greg? Oh,
Can you hear me?
oh, there. Okay. Yes, we can.
Great, fantastic. Thank you. I'm Greg, living a partner with Whitley in our Denver West office up in Golden, and this is the second year we've performed the audit for the Timnath Landing General Improvement District. We've, as Lisa mentioned, the audit field work was completed a couple of months ago. The audit is in final draft form, so pending approval tonight, we're ready to issue the final. And I believe we submitted as well the the governance letter that's a typical correspondence to bodies of governance for entities that basically states how the audit went, any difficulties that we might have encountered in the audit field work, the results of our review of internal controls, and it's basically a clean letter. The audit went very smoothly, no issues in terms of internal controls and so forth. We acknowledge that there was a shift in that from the transfer of the control activities from Clifton Larson Allen to the town itself. So certainly took that into consideration as well. And I think the third item that we submitted was a draft of the representation letter that is the letter supplied by the district back to us as the independent auditor. That's fairly standard, but certainly wanted to acknowledge that as well if there were any questions on that. But again, as I mentioned, the audit went very smoothly. Certainly appreciate Lisa and her group and all the help that they provided throughout fieldwork. And I'm happy to answer any questions that the board has at this point.
Does anybody have any questions? Okay, thank you very much. Anything else you'd like to say, Greg?
No, I believe that's it. I think we're prepared to issue the final once we receive the executed representation letter back, and we should be ready to finalize from there.
Great, thanks. So could I have a motion to approve resolution GID 01 series 2021, a resolution accepting the 2020 audit performed by Whipley?
So moved.
And whoever's going to do second, please go through
Second.
that. And I think you have to read it.
Mm-mm.
Oh, you don't?
Rick,
I'm
We've
getting
read it.
this.
You have to
mixed
read
up.
it when the motion, when it passes or fails, you read it again.
Read it
and
again,
say,
got
yeah,
it.
there you go.
Tried to pass you off on my work.
Sorry. I'll second.
Thank you. Do we need to do we need to identify it, Melissa, or can I just say an aye? No, that's fine. Okay. So all those in favor of passing resolution, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion is carried. Resolution GID 01, Series 2021, a resolution accepting the 2020 audit performed by Whiffley was approved unanimously.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Being that there's no further business, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Move we adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Second?
All those in favor of adjourning the Timnath Landing General Improvement District Board, say aye.
Hi.
It carries unanimously. We are adjourned. Didn't trust me, huh? All right, Melissa, could you call to order the Timnath Town Council meeting?
Mayor Mark Sukup,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Rick Collins,
Here.
Councilmember Aaron Pearson,
Here.
Councilmember Lisa Lake,
Here.
Councilmember Brett Hansen.
Here.
Aaron, do we have any amendments to the agenda? Public comments. Do we have any public comments, Melissa?
Are all agenda item related, so
Okay.
no general public comments at this time unless I missed
Does anybody out there have a general public comment? That's
on a
not
non-agenda
related?
item.
Great.
No, I think
Okay.
we're good.
Consent agenda payables. In the past, I have recused myself from the payables when TST is involved. I've since been informed that my relationship, which with Suka Bush and Associates, which ended in 2018, doesn't put me in a conflict with that, with one of the payees, that being TST. And TST's payments to that firm, my understanding is not substantial to either myself, because I get nothing, or to the firm. So with that said, and you can help me here, Lori, a motion to,
Sure. Now we're just going to do a motion to approve or disapprove the consent agenda.
okay, so I don't need,
Yeah, there's
comment.
nothing further because you
Okay.
don't have to recuse yourself.
Okay. So consent agenda payables. Do I have a motion?
You
to-
have a motion to approve the consent agenda. Payables.
Second.
Great. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Carries unanimously. Consent agenda other is the town council meetings of April 13th, 2021. Any comments or additions, questions? Do I have a motion to approve? Brett?
I move to pass the consent agenda. Other.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Carries unanimously. Reports. Does any council member have a report? There's a whole agenda item if you're going to do, oh, you got another one. Okay, go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, so I just wanted to let everyone know that I've worked with Susan to get a date scheduled for the first community listening session that I will be participating in, and that will be on May 24th. We will be putting out some advertising for that in the somewhat near future, but just wanted to let everyone know that that will be coming, and that will be held here in the town center building over in the community room. I think we can have up to 25 people or so in that room. So if you have any comments, suggestions, complaints, anything like that, that you want to talk about in a little less formal environment, I will be there on that day to listen.
Great. And help me, Lisa, did we decide to sort of divide and conquer on this and have each of us do separate ones? Oh,
I guess that's really up for all of us to decide. I thought at the last one, we kind of said we would, but we didn't come up with any kind of calendar or set schedule or anything like that.
so let's, for this first one, I'm looking, so make comments. This first one, anybody that can be there, and then the next time, because I wasn't asked about the May 24th, so I'm not sure I can be there, but
So it was my understanding that it would only be one or two of us possibly, because
Okay.
it's not a public meeting. So we cannot
oh,
have.
that's right.
Mhm.
That's right. Good
Yep.
comment. Thanks,
So-
Lisa. Does anybody else want to be there on the May 24th meeting?
That's a good question. Let me see. It was so far ahead that I wasn't thinking that.
I could certainly join you if it was in the
I have it here for 6 o'clock.
I could join you.
Okay, so Aaron and Lisa will be heading that up. I'm looking for Kim. Kim, are you out there? Nope. Okay, so
I'll continue to work with Susan and Kim and Callie to get that info out there.
okay, that sounds great. Thanks a lot for getting that organized. Any other council member have a comment? Okay. Finance report. Lisa, is there any additions, changes, or I think there probably is. Do you have anything? No? Okay, good deal. Engineering report. Don, do you have anything you'd like to bring out? Okay.
Mark, I have a question.
Oh, sure.
In the engineering report, there's a talk about the construction going over I-25 that's supposed to be done in the next week or so. I was curious if we also had any kind of timeline on the lights being timed. Is that being done at the same time or down the road?
It is theoretically being done in conjunction with that. And I say theoretically because it's never happened in the past.
Okay.
But I am hoping that there's a chance. Since we're meeting with CDOT regularly weekly now, we're having
Okay.
a lot more conversation and we're more on their radar than we've ever been. So.
Okay. So if nothing else, we do expect short-term action on the lights as well, not just the
Yeah,
construction. Okay.
And one other thing I'm just going to point out, and you'll see it on the website, there will be I think at least 2 full closures of Harmony Road during the evening, and they'll be advertised significantly, but they haven't done that in memory.
Okay.
So I expect a phone call or 2 on that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Don.
Sure.
Yes.
Can I ask a quick question too? So could you confirm whether it's going to be, because I've in the Coloradoan, I read one thing and then I thought I had heard something else as far as the lanes to go southbound from Harmony going southbound onto I-25. Is it going to be 2 left turn lanes, or in the Coloradoan article, it said that they were just going to lengthen the 1 lane? Do we know what that will be?
And we do. We're lengthening, they're lengthening the storage for the left turn, but we're creating 3 westbound lanes. So the lengthening of the storage should hopefully eliminate, some of the concerns with the left turn. But adding the
3
additional
lanes.
westbound lane should keep, even if it does back up like it does now,
Mhm.
and we'll still have 2 westbound lanes that are open.
Okay.
So it should be a significant improvement.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sure.
Mark,
Yes, sir.
Don, do we have an update on Busgrove, how it's progressing? It looks like they're working hard over there.
Yeah, we do. It's the weather that just happened is not going to make it quicker. Right now, we still hope to have Busgrove, the western portion of that, completed by the end of May. Hopefully. I'll have a better sense of that by this time next week. And then we'll know how this moisture is affecting them or not.
Thanks. Is the bridge fully in?
Yes.
Okay.
I have one question too, Mark.
Yes.
Don, I know this is outside of Timnath, but do you know when the work on County Road 5 will be complete and that road back open again, or?
Okay, I'll give you the best information I've got. Says it's going to be back open in about 2 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Thanks. Okay, community development. Matt, do you have anything to add to your excellent report? Police staff report. Chief Jones, do you have anything that you'd like to add? Okay. Aaron, do you have anything you'd like to comment on in addition to your report? Okay. So proclamation. Lisa, would you take over there?
Okay, so as we talked about a little bit at our last meeting, okay, this just moved on me here. Hold on, sorry. Is that May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and I'm the Timnath rep for the Behavioral Health Policy Committee. And they are encouraging all the different communities who are involved to proclaim May as Mental Health Awareness Month. So let me pull it back up here. In addition to that, just so you know, while I'm pulling this up, you should have all received a copy of the Behavioral Health Services Annual Report that's part of that group. And copies of this are available online for any community members who might want to read up on it as well. Whereas Mental Health Awareness Month has been observed since 1949 to raise awareness of mental health conditions and the importance of mental health, and whereas we are all affected by mental health, and whereas 20% of Coloradans live with mental illness, the third highest in the nation, and whereas Colorado ranks 43rd out of 50 states with a higher prevalence of mental health issues and lower rates of access to care for adults, and whereas in 2020, 37.6% of Coloradans reported symptoms of anxiety and/or depression, whereas Larimer County experiences a suicide every 5 days, and it is the second leading cause of youth deaths. And whereas cost-effective and beneficial mental health systems of care must be expanded to meet the varying levels of care needed by the people being served. And whereas reduction of stigma, broad outreach, and effective prevention efforts of mental health conditions and substance use disorders help improve lives. And whereas access to necessary medication, appropriate treatment, and responsive peer support helps prevent individuals from ending up in emergency rooms and jails. And whereas people with lived experience of mental illness and/or substance use disorders get better, live in recovery, and provide invaluable knowledge of how to improve and transform systems of care. And whereas it costs 7 times more to incarcerate someone with mental illness than to treat them in the community. And whereas there is a strong and growing body of evidence that supports the cost effectiveness and benefits to communities that have successfully implemented continuums of mental health care. And therefore, the Timnath Town Council hereby proclaims May 2021 as Mental Health Awareness Month in Larimer County.
Thanks, Lisa. Any comments? Okay. Next, ordinance number 4, series 2021, an ordinance adding chapter 4, article 10 of the Timnath Municipal Code regarding emergency services, impact fees, and this is a public hearing. Lori, just now that we're hitting some things and this is a public hearing, when do you like, we've had bouncing on who presents what, when, and where. So could you give me a list and then I'll have it for the rest of the time too. So is it staff first, public hearing second, and applicant third?
I was kind of looking at, I was reading my emails. So I think we just generally do staff report and then the public hearing, and then we close. And then at some point we'll go into executive session.
No. You're way ahead of me. And in presenting, when we have a public hearing, the question is what's the order that we're going in? So we've got the staff make their presentation first, the public hearing second, and the applicant third. Excuse me? Then the council, yeah.
And it's really public input. The public hearing is all of those things, just to clarify.
Okay, public input, those
Yeah,
second. All
yeah.
right. Okay, Matt.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Tonight, this is the public hearing portion of this ordinance. It is the second reading. So the first reading was to announce the public hearing. And this is now the second reading, the opportunity for the public to actually engage with this item. And this one being a ordinance that the town's bringing forward, there's no applicant in this case. So in other processes like development application, there would be an applicant side of that conversation. The fire department, fire chief is not here tonight, but this is the companion document to that IGA that was approved. The PFA actually yesterday, their board approved their side of the IGA that we approved at our last council meeting. That approval came with a very excited response to say, thank you so much to the town of Timnath for working with them and getting this done. So this piece, this ordinance is actually the law change to our code that basically enables the town to do what that IGA put in place. So I don't need to go into all the details, but that's kind of the long and short of how this comes to be. I will say that we've delayed the actual collection of this until June 1st to give folks an opportunity to kind of get their houses in order, so to speak. So there's an opportunity for people to start building this cost into their home sale prices and builds. So as part of their permit process, there's a.
And my understanding too, Matt, just to add to, or question,
Yep.
Be more explanatory on it, is that it begins June 1st for homes beginning on after June 1st.
Correct. So
Okay.
so new permits that drop after
Yeah.
on or after June 1st, those get applied to it.
Great.
Current permits that are in the process, even if they're paid after June 1st, they don't get this added on to them.
Thanks for elaborating there.
Yep, thank you. And then there is a scale here in the attachment 1 as a part of this. And I won't go through all the dollar amounts, but it ranges from small price size residential units at $466 up to large units at $776. And then there's a commercial component per 1,000 square feet. So, and it is, as we've said before, it is for capital expansion for the district facilities in the region that's being impacted. So as developments come in, those developments are going to pay for those impacts and assist with the capital expansion associated with Booter Fire Authority. And we will be actually doing, in association with that June 1st deadline, we will be doing a lot more outreach, letting people know so there's not a surprise come June 1st that they will be calling and questioning why there's a new charge on their permit.
Thanks, Matt.
Yep.
Any comments or questions? Okay. Could I have a motion to approve ordinance number 4, series 2021, and ordinance adding chapter 4, article 10 of the Timnath Municipal Code regarding emergency service impact fees? No, he said we don't have to.
I did.
I thought
Yeah, no,
Well,
you have to ask for.
we do.
This
Okay.
it is a public hearing, as Lori mentioned. If there are
Okay.
public that would like to speak on
Is
this.
there anybody that would like to speak
stop
on this? Okay. Okay, do you need to end the public hearing comment, Melissa?
Yeah, well, there's no public comment, so now we get to move on to our vote. So that's
Okay.
perfect.
And so I do I have a motion? I've already stated it.
Yep, I move to recommend approval of the Catherine Graves minor subdivision. Oh, sorry, wrong one.
Good
I
thing we
moved,
read that
For the,
out loud.
for the ordinance with PFA.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. That's ordinance number 4, series 2021, an ordinance adding chapter 4, article 10 of the Timnath Municipal Code regarding emergency services and impact fees.
Thank you.
Next item, resolution 23, series 2021, a resolution approving the Catherine Grays minor subdivision. Staff, that's Chad.
Yes.
Hi, Chad. Nice to
thank
see
you,
you for the
Mayor.
first time.
Thank you, council. As you said, for those of the council that don't know me, my name is Chad Kemper. I am a new town planner here. And I am excited for the opportunity to participate and actually present to you for the first time. As you had mentioned before, the Catherine Graves, this is a resolution for a minor subdivision application within the property of Catherine Graves. The subject property is located west of Latham Parkway, north of East County Road 32, and south of the Summerfield and Timnath South neighborhoods. The property is zoned agriculture and consists of 8.9 acres and includes an existing single-family residence and outbuildings. The application proposes to create 2 lots from that existing parcel. Lot 1 will consist of 5.7 acres and include the existing residence and structures, while Lot 2 will include 3.2 acres vacant agricultural land for the potential use of a future single-family residence. Both lots will comply with the agricultural zoning standards of a minimum lot area of 2.5 acres. And the Lot 1 will continue to meet the maximum density of 1 unit per acre. Access to the lots will continue from the private drive from the west through a private ingress egress easement that is identified in the plat of this land subdivision. I do believe we have the applicant, Kate Graves, in attendance. If she would wish to speak on this application, or if you have any questions directly for her. If not, myself and staff are happy to answer any questions you have.
Anybody have any questions? Okay, so.
Does Kate
could
have
we-
a presentation? Does she have one? No. Okay, thank you.
Public comment?
Yes, Mayor. Kate had signed in for this, but if she doesn't want to, if she doesn't have anything to say, then we have no other public comments.
Okay, so Catherine, you're good? It is. It's confusing out there. Chad, are you made comments? Quick comment on my part is great maps. It really helped understand the division and everything else. So thanks for doing such a great job with that.
Thank you, Mayor.
Any comments?
I was going to give you a motion.
Oh, all right. Just a sec. You beat me.
I move-
Resolution number 23, series 2021, public hearing, a resolution approving the Catherine Graves minor subdivision. Do I have a motion?
I move to recommend approval of Catherine Graves minor subdivision Timnath Council and allow staff to work with the owner and applicant on minor on substantive modifications as needed.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. The resolution 23, series 2021, public hearing, a resolution approving the Catherine Graves minor subdivision, giving staff the opportunity to make minor changes. Resolution 24, 2020, a resolution approving the Harmony subdivision preliminary plat amendment number 5. Kevin.
I have, Mr. Mayor.
Oh,
I would,
yeah, that's right. Good.
Yeah, Mr.
Sorry.
Mayor, I would like to, at this time, excuse myself from this proceeding. I have a relationship with my brother's the developer.
Thanks. And I think, so can you help us? We have to do a vote on it
That one is
first.
super clear. The developer's your brother, so thank you very much, and you're excused for the vote.
Do we take a vote on that, though?
Yeah, we can. I'm just giving you I mean, actually, we should. I
Yeah,
apologize.
that's what I thought you told me.
Yes.
So could I have a motion to accept Mr. Collins's recusal?
I move to accept Councilman Collins' recusal.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that carries. Thanks. Thanks, Rick. Kevin.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, thank you, Mayor, Council. So as you'd mentioned, Mayor, this is a resolution approving the Harmony Subdivision Preliminary Plat Amendment Number 5. This part of the Harmony subdivision is in the northeast corner of the property adjacent to Latham Parkway and Bus Grove Road. This property is owned by Highgate LLC, represented tonight by Byron Collins and Mark Tingy. The applicant is JR Engineering, represented tonight by Mr. Ken Merritt. This proposal is to re-subdivide this portion of the property, which was part of the Harmony second filing. Their proposal is to replat from 27 single-family detached residential lots to 28 single-family detached residential lots, so an increase of 1 lot. The lots will range from roughly 14,700 to 23,000 square feet in size. The property is zoned RE, estate residential, and this is in compliance with that zoning and the PD overlay for the Harmony subdivision. This was the previous, the slide that you're seeing now is what was previously approved for the second filing back in roughly 2007. Then this is now the proposed amendment. It primarily takes away a center circular drive as part of that design. A neighborhood meeting was held for this proposal back on March 10th with approximately 17 people attending to get feedback, and their feedback is noted in the observation report attached to the staff report. Staff has reviewed this proposal and has found it in compliance with the land use code. And with that, I will turn it over to Ken Merritt for his presentation.
Just a second. I think we go public hearing and then the applicant's comments is what I was just told.
No, applicant's turn next.
Applicants and then public hearing,
Public comments,
comment.
and then we vote.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. It's a little face right there. So going from left over, it's the second button.
I just press that. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of council, my name is Ken Merritt with JR Planners and Engineers and Landscape Architects representing the applicant tonight, Highgate LLC. Appreciate the opportunity to present to you. Try not to be redundant with Kevin's great introduction, but the project, as you well know, Harmony subdivision is located at the northwest quadrant of Harmony Road and Latham Parkway. For the purpose of this presentation tonight, north is to the top of your screen. Harmony subdivision is 643 acres of property zoned RE, R3, and CMU. Looking at it a little bit closer, to the north is Bus Grove. The property to the north is zoned FA1 in the county. Property to the east of Latham Parkway is Town of Windsor, zoned RMU. Property to the south of Harmony Road is Town of Timnath, Timnath Ranch, variety of zonings there. And property to the west of Harmony is Town of Timnath as well, and is Timnath Landing. The subject property this evening is shown in this slide to be that area in the northeast quadrant of the site, shown in yellow. It's approximately 32.8 acres of property, zoned RE, and there will be one point of access into this enclave subdivision of the Harmony development from Bus Grove, shown approximately where that blue arrow is shown in the upper right-hand corner of your screen. As Kevin had mentioned, this is really a replat of an existing subdivision, the Harmony second subdivision. The area shown in the lower left-hand corner of the slide shown in yellow is that portion of the Harmony second subdivision that is already built. It's approximately 107 already developed lots, and we're proposing to re-subdivide the area shown in red in the north in the upper right-hand corner of the screen. Originally, there were 27 lots platted. There's a large central green space shown as Tract K in the middle. We're trying to reallocate that open space and provide some more significant buffering along the golf course portion of the development, as well as along Bus Grove and Latham Parkway. Looking specifically now at the proposed site plan, as you can see, the area shown in red is 32.8 acres. There are 28 lots being proposed as opposed to the original 27 lots. We've reallocated that large green space in order to provide more significant buffering along the golf course and along Latham Parkway and Bus Grove. This allows us to provide some significant berming along Bus Grove and Latham Parkway and some more significant landscaping. The line shown in orange on this plan is attempting to show you where the existing rear lot line was of the existing subdivision of Harmony Second. And as you can see from this slide, we've really accomplished some increased setbacks along almost all of the lots along the golf course, as well as along Bus Grove and Latham Parkway, providing more ample buffers in all areas. The reallocation of the lots has allowed us to increase the open space area by nearly a half an acre in size. So there's approximately 59% of the site is open space. And as Kevin mentioned, the lots range in size from approximately 14,000 square feet to 23,000 square feet, which is similar, although not quite the same as the original plat itself. And that concludes our presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that council members might have this evening.
Does anybody have any questions on council? Okay, great.
Thank you very much.
Melissa, do we have anybody for public comment?
There's no one signed up for public comment on this agenda item.
Okay. Anybody out there that is public comment for this? Okay. I think we're ready for a vote then. So, okay. Resolution 25, Series 2021, public hearing, a resolution, Resolution 24, Series 2021, a resolution approving the Harmony Subdivision Preliminary Plat Amendment Number 5. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Both Mr. Tingy and Mr. Collins' excellent plan, and good job as always that you guys do out there. Second, 7E, resolution number 25, Series 2021, public hearing, a resolution approving the Willis Farm Comprehensive Plan Amendment.
Mark, sorry, can we, should we wait for Rick to get back?
That's a good point.
Okay.
Could somebody go
Sorry.
get Rick?
Yep.
Okay, thanks, Brett.
Since you brought that up, I just want to put on the record that that motion passed unanimously with one abstention because he recused himself. So.
Your brother didn't even want to see you. He left already. Yeah. All right, we're on resolution 25. Kevin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as you mentioned, this is a resolution approving the Willis Farm Comprehensive Plan Amendment. This is, the owner is Willis Estates LLC, represented tonight by John Turner. The applicant is TB Group, represented tonight by Jim Birdsall. This property, known as the Willis Farm, is located just west of Main Street, north of County Road 42E, and south of Prospect Road, as shown on the screen. This proposed amendment is to modify the current comprehensive plan from LDR, low density residential, as you can see here on the map. This is our future land use map with the yellow representing the low density residential. The proposal from the applicant is to change that designation to the E/RC Employment Regional Commercial District for the purpose of developing a future business light industrial park for future employment or service or future service employment for the town. This property owner first brought this proposal to the town during our 2019-2020 comprehensive plan update. And during the public review period of the comprehensive plan, the request for the designation change was brought to staff for consideration. And at that time, staff felt that there was too much progress made on the full comprehensive plan change, that this request should go through the comprehensive plan amendment process, which is what we are currently in. A neighborhood meeting was held for this proposal back on February 3rd with the purpose of gathering feedback from surrounding property owners. Approximately 27 people attended that meeting, and their feedback is noted in the observation report attached to the staff report. As staff has gone through this application, we have found that it is in general compliance with the comprehensive plan. However, there are a couple of sections of the comprehensive plan that do not support the proposal. Those are listed through in the staff report. Generally, the areas that it is in compliance with are the need for providing future employment based uses within the town. The areas that it does not support are generally related to buffering to existing and future residential neighborhoods. With that, due to the nature of the requests and the various alternative positions presented by the comprehensive plan, either in support or not in support, staff is actually seeking guidance from the town council on a motion to whether they would be favorable of this comprehensive plan amendment. This plan went to Planning Commission at the April 6th meeting, and at that time, Planning Commission requested that a narrative be included in the staff report to be passed on to you as council. Generally, that narrative was bringing concerns during their deliberation. Those concerns centered around the future development of the property under the industrial zoning designation. So from that, they stated that the future zoning and uses be compatible with a mixed area, avoiding uses that would create excessive noise or nuisances that would come forward as a recommendation by Planning Commission to Town Council as part of subsequent processes, as this property would be subject to annexation and zoning at a future date. So with that, I will turn it over to Jim. I will turn it over to John for a quick presentation. This is a public hearing, so we do. I believe we also have some folks signed up for that as well.
So this is Mr. Turner, John Turner.
Good evening. Thank you for having us. I'll give a brief history. Kevin explained a lot of what occurred. When we actually bought the property, we actually submitted to Larimer County to do a large lot subdivision, low density subdivision, very compatible with the neighborhood to the north. And we're not sure, but shortly thereafter, Timnath signed an IGA with Larimer County. And that required us to redirect our action or to move forward for development to the town of Timnath. That IGA was pretty clear. And we met with staff a couple of times and we started working through several different ideas. We wanted to know what the town was thinking. We wanted to know what staff was thinking. They indicated that they wanted the southern boundary. We'd participate in the cost sharing on the southern boundary of the road with the Fisher Farm to the south. They also indicated that it took a little bit, but they eventually made the comment that McLaughlin was going to go through, was going to connect and go up to Prospect. And that was a real key decision in how we viewed the property, because taking McLaughlin up to Prospect and participating in that interchange, not only is it expensive, it changes the nature of the area, in my opinion. And eventually at another town board meeting at another town, I ran into one of the town engineers and said, what about a business park? And we both kind of looked at each other, and then I called staff and got in again, and we kind of ran by the idea, and we looked at all the possibilities and opportunities that could potentially open up for the town of Timnath and that property. And it became a very interesting idea. The property has regional power lines on its southern boundary, has very high groundwater, has great access to Prospect and I-25. And most of East Fort Collins on Prospect is built out. There is no supply of ground there. And the site could immediately compete for regional uses. So the evolution of the thought started out as a low density, compatible county development. And the idea is, did I want to do 3 to 4 units housing to the acre, which I'd have to do based on doing town improvements that would be required. I'd have to do County Road 5 improvements. I'd have to do McLaughlin improvements, and I'd have to do the 42E improvements. So for a bunch of different reasons, and the regional power lines, we said, well, this really isn't great planning to put houses next to the power lines, put more houses there. Do more houses help the town of Timnath, or does we started developing our thoughts along the business park and started, I actually ended up talking to a neighbor who has a nursery on Prospect and he shared some of his ideas, and he was thinking that he was going to request commercial eventually. And if you look at that, if you put commercial up at Prospect and McLaughlin, and then it actually makes a lot of sense. Then we kind of heard some comments during the last planning meeting that CDOT might restrict or even get rid of the frontage road, and that McLaughlin could backload all the properties that go out to I-25 if it's fully improved, and could actually open up quite a bit of acreage for Timnath. And so where the comp plan got approved and we tried to get in before the approval last fall, this time period has now got us to rethink and look at how to shape some of these ideas and some of these thoughts. So the idea of doing a business park, and for me, I was out there with a broker about a month ago. It was actually before the last planning meeting. And we talked about not even platting it. If we got it annexed and we got it zoned, don't plat it and market it as a single, 70 to 80 acre parcel that close to I-25. That property could compete with any property in northern Colorado for a new large or campus setting business. So the site has some great attributes to it. It is zoned LDR, or comp planned LDR. And if that's what Timnath wants to do, that's great. That's fine. The reason I'm bringing this to you guys, we don't think this is a good idea. This is a very good idea. And I've owned a lot of ground close to I-25, south of 392, north of Crossroads. And I was one of the people that raised the first fundraising to get Larimer County to come out of the city of Loveland, their fairgrounds. I raised the first $10,000 for the first study. And that whole area now has opened up and it's changed the whole nature. So ground located that close to an interchange, that close to I-25 has a ton of opportunity. And this could be an opportunity for the town, and that's all it is. I don't have to do it. I don't need to do it. The only reason to do it is it makes sense for the town. So we're available to answer any questions you might have.
Thanks, Mr. Turner. Does anybody have any questions? Okay. Melissa, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I have one question for staff. In the packet, it has letters and there it looks like there's 2 letters from the same group. Is that correct? They've kind of changed their opinion a little bit. Is that what I'm reading in here?
Yeah, there's a neighborhood letter that was submitted prior to Planning Commission, and since that was submitted at that time, it was included in this packet as part of public comment for that. And then they submitted a new letter last week. The same neighborhood group did, and I'm assuming some of those folks are here, and they will probably also make their comments.
That's kind of what I was assuming. Yep. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Turner. Melissa, do we have any individuals for public comment?
First on the list is Randy Stout.
Good evening. My name is Randy Stout. I live at 1801 Meadow Air Drive in Homestead Estates to the north of the subject property. I was a volunteer firefighter and EMT at Timnath Station 8 when Chuck Willis was still the fire chief in Fort Collins. When you live 31 years with views of Longs Peak, the Front Range, and farmland, the prospect of looking out on restaurants, grocery stores, theaters, and retail is pretty overwhelming. We really want you to appreciate our apprehension on this project. At the Planning Commission meeting, we presented a letter with 26 signatures opposing the change in the comprehensive plan. And that night, 7 people spoke in opposition, with the only applicant speaking in support. Yet the Planning Commission voted 5-0 to recommend the change. On the positive side, as he mentioned, the Planning Commission did discuss desire to be respectful of the existing neighbors and asked to document caveats to be compatible with surrounding landowners and avoid nuisances. Mr. Turner's ideas seem pretty fluid. Early in the process, the developer stated that if the land was developed as commercial, there'd be no plan to connect Carriage Road to the development. This has become central to our gaining our support. As the plan evolves, membership on the Planning Commission and Town Council may very well change. It may take long enough so you folks will pass on to others. We ask that you all take to heart our concerns and including your records, the Planning Commission's recommendations regarding compatibility with surrounding neighbors, visual appearance, buffering, appropriate transition, and especially not having Carriage Road connect to the Willis Farm property. We're new to this, and in the summary in the packet, the Planning Commission lists 4 available motions. We're not sure how this fits in tonight because we're new to the process, but we ask you, if it's relevant, rather than a blanket recommend approval, we ask you without specifying any conditions at this point to use the motion to recommend with conditions. And the conditions include the feedback from the Planning Commission and our future feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Melissa.
Jill Handwork.
Hi, I'm Jill Handwork, and my husband and I are 35-year residents of the Homestead Estates subdivision, which abuts the Willis property. Neighbors with Randy and Edie who just spoke. And I would like to start first by thanking the Planning Commission for the recommendations that the change in land use include the conditions that the site be developed with appropriate buffers and that avoid uses that would create excessive noise or other nuisances. And we understand that why there are what may be considered light industrial uses to the west of the property, the surrounding properties to the north, the east, the south are residential, with the exception of a small tree farm on the north. This indicates to me that the proposed land use for the Willis Farm is incompatible with 75% of the surrounding land. And the planners understand this. And they state in their review comments, as Kevin noted earlier, there are objectives such as buffering to existing residential that are not currently met with the proposal. So therefore, my husband and I would ask that the buffer requirements for the Homestead Estates subdivision be formalized in the planning process as open space. An open space buffer would support Betty Willis's desire for the property and Mr. Turner's original vision of an 80-20 development. It would also support the development of trails and open space as outlined in the comp plan, which indicates the preferred location of trails is through parks, open space, greenways, or irrigation canal corridors, such as the Lake Canal, which divides the two properties. We also ask that you include the emissions of VOC and other air pollutants, contamination of groundwater, and excessive night lighting as additional nuisances that should be avoided at the site to maintain the integrity of the surrounding residential properties. We believe then that the future land use of the Willis Farm can be completed in a compatible manner if these conditions are met. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Melissa, anybody else?
Edie Stout.
Good evening. My name is Edie Stout. My husband Randy and I have lived in the neighborhood of Homestead Estates for 31 years. Our property is located across the Lake Canal ditch from the Willis Farm. Randy and I, along with 40 of our neighbors in Homestead Estates, that is 85% of our neighbors, have signed the letter in your packets stating our highest priority is not to extend Carriage Road through our neighborhood to the Willis Farm site. At the neighborhood meeting on February 3rd, Mr. Birdsall from the TB group told us it wasn't their intention to extend Carriage Road to this property. This is documented in the notes of the meeting. Homestead Estates is an established county low-density neighborhood without sidewalks or street lights and has two roads, Meadow Air Drive and Carriage Road. We are already concerned about future school traffic using Meadow Air Drive as a shortcut between County Road 5 and Prospect. Looking to the development of the Willis Farm as an employment regional commercial property is alarming. If Carriage Road is an access to the Willis Farm, safety concerns and noise with additional traffic and pedestrian use will radically change the character of our neighborhood. These meetings by nature are for us a one-way conversation. We speak, but are unable to get response. There is no opportunity for dialogue. We look to you tonight for reassurance, for the future character of our neighborhood, to keep Homestead Estates separate from the future Willis Farm commercial development. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa.
Sherry Nichols.
Hello, I'm Sherry Nichols. My husband Barry and I have lived at 1601 Meadoward Drive in Homestead Estates for 40 years. Over those 4 decades, we've been engaged and active stewards of our rural community. And Mayor Sukup and council members, I appreciate the opportunity to address you. At the April 6th Planning Commission meeting, as I and my neighbors listened to the input of the property owner, the developer, staff, and the commissioners, we learned and we gained insight. At that meeting, the commissioners listened to us and they took the issue seriously and did their job. Most commissioners made comments that demonstrated objectivity, and importantly, they deliberated with each other and engaged in discourse with the applicant and staff to gain clarity and a deeper understanding of relevant aspects of the issue, including the history of the project. Here are some comments, actually direct quotes from that meeting. Commissioner Bard, the development needs to complement the surrounding land. Commissioner Bickley, how do we make sure we will be good neighbors to the longstanding residents? Commissioner Jost, to the future commissioners and council, are you pledging to abide by our request down the road? We took to heart Planning Commission Chair Goldstein's encouragement directly to us and to the property owner and developer to engage in the ongoing process with an attitude and spirit of compromise. That is our intent, and it is our expectation. We are hoping for a shared positive outcome. We do understand that the Timnath Comprehensive Plan is a living and guiding document, but we continue to believe that a development of an industrial nature was not intended for this property. In your report, the planners provided a few examples of where this application meets goals of the comprehensive plan. And if you only look to these examples as rationale for approval, the plan's guiding and overarching principles of compatibility and appropriate transitions between land uses are set aside, unless the development is done in a way that truly respects the neighboring landowners, as Commissioner Bickley implored. Well, we took to heart what we heard at that meeting. We heard the developer talk about how the property would not connect with Homestead Estates by extending Carriage Road. We expect that was not just a selling point to make industrial sound more attractive than residential, and that the separation of the Willis property and the neighborhood will be maintained. Light industrial uses are mentioned, but there is no actual zoning designation that would ensure this. So going forward, we are looking to council and staff to put constraints on the possible uses to prohibit an incompatible project. If council approves the resolution, we will be present to give input at the next phase of annexation and rezoning to seek a shared positive outcome. I appreciate your attention and your consideration.
Thank you. Melissa?
I don't have an agenda item chosen, but Larry Eckbald?
I own the tree farm. Hi, Mark.
Hi, Larry.
I own the tree farm just north of the proposed subdivision change. And I didn't speak at the last meeting because I wanted to hear what everybody had to say and thinking about it a little bit. I have the largest amount of property that neighbors this proposal. And after thinking about it for a long time, it's going to have a big impact on my future and the future of that whole area going correct to the school. I am in favor of the fact that it does get changed over to a commercial use as long as it's done with high quality, because I think it's going to have the best chance for us to be able to create the buffering and the landscaping between me and the situation to the south. I'd rather have a nicely designed and installed business park than I would have 300 houses behind me. And we're all good, and I'm going to share the road with him coming up to Prospect. And so John and I are going to have to work together and hopefully with the city council here and the staff to create something that everybody can be proud of, everybody that wants to, and will be a gateway into Timnath from the school coming to the south. In addition to that, all my neighbors to the west, the Phillipses and Bath, Richard Bath and some of the other people, that's all proposed to be commercial one day. So if we have a commercial to the south, we'll have commercial to the west, we'll have a school to the north. And I think that should give us a very good opportunity to be able to create something that not only benefits Timnath, but actually the school itself. Hopefully we can do some kind of imaginative thinking when it comes to the planting of and design of this area. And with my tree farm, I don't plan to leave growing trees in that area until they I can't do it anymore, where we can use it in some way as a carbon offset process. We can also use it as an educational process for the kids in the school across from us. And with having the opportunity to have John come on board, he did the TPC course in Berthoud. He's not interested in doing a flight and guide, go, get in from make a bucks and split. He wants to do a really nice project back there. And I think we can create something that's unique and hopefully leaves a legacy for the area. So with that, I would like to say that I am in favor of this changeover. And in addition with all my neighbors, because I've been out there for 35 years also, I think we can design it using my property as a way where we can take more of the open space away from my property and add it to their property, behind their property, and then create a really nice grove of trees back there. So they're not looking out on commercial property, they're looking out on a grove of trees. So I think we can do that with the proper planning and design. So thanks a lot for listening to my comments.
Thank you. And just to make sure the record's right, that's Larry Ekblad.
Yes, sir. I don't have anybody else signed up, but I know that there was a few stragglers. Would anyone like to speak on this matter? Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Keith Malsum and my wife, Donna Lesby. We've lived in Homestead Estates for 22 years. From the April 6th meeting, they did talk about that they probably wouldn't extend carriage through if it goes into a light industrial development, which I think is, I really hope that we wouldn't, continue with carriage all the way through. Yeah, my other concern is they did talk about maybe having a bike trail or something like that on extending from carriage on into that subdivision, which that has me concerned because of the high school going in to the north. And if it depends on what goes in that subdivision, a fast food restaurant possibly or something like that, that's going to draw a lot of high school kids and they're going to be coming right through there, bicycles or walking, who knows. And I think it would be best if we just kind of keep the two, our Homestead Estates subdivision and this new subdivision completely separate as far as carriage goes. And the other thing, we back up to just the very west end of the Willis homestead. So I met John Turner's wife's caretaker. I think her name is Melinda. It's been a while, but she indicated that, John had good intentions of doing a good development here. And I really want to hope that he does follow through with that. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa?
Anyone else?
Okay.
I think we've gotten through everyone, Mayor.
So council, any questions and stuff, and I'll start it off. Kevin, so I've heard that the Planning Commission came back with some suggestions from the plan that was submitted for Mr. Turner. Are those incorporated in this resolution or not?
No, so they were not, sorry, they were not a formal condition. They were just a narrative to pass along to you. So since they were not a formal condition, they were not in the resolution. They were not part of their recommendation to you as a council. They just wanted to pass along the narrative of their concerns.
So my understanding is this will go back for another session. Is there a plan to change what has been submitted at all, or where are we?
So the comprehensive plan, depending on how you all vote tonight, does not go back for another session. What would come forward at a future date would be the annexation and zoning of the property based off of this comprehensive plan. So that would come forward at a future date, but before Planning Commission and you as Town Council.
So we're just making an adjustment to the comprehensive plan on this. Thank
Correct.
you.
Correct.
Thank you. Anybody else? Rick.
Thanks, Mayor. I see a real opportunity here, and I also hear a developer, John, saying that he's not dead set on his plans. He wants to see this thing done right. I hear residents that have great arguments. They talk about things like buffering, light, noise, safety, carriage road. We hear you up here, kind of thing. I'm sort of lost in that the staff has recommended 2 or 3 options here, from approval to denial or table to approval with conditions. But I'm sort of at a loss of how you would spell out or write out those conditions at this point in a manner that would bring the developer and the neighbors here together to try to come up with some things. I went through one of these things in Arizona where I lived, where they put in the middle of a residential area a research park for Arizona State University all of a sudden appeared instead of neighborhood. And I got to tell you, we thought it was going to be the end of the world, but they used the right buffering. They used setbacks. They put some lakes and some opportunities for the residents around that area to use some of that for different things. So I think there's an opportunity here. How many acres is this? I don't see it.
Roughly 78.
How much?
78.
Yeah, and that's a good amount. And I'm familiar with Larry's tree farm down there. And that I think there's an opportunity here, but I'm just sort of at a loss on how you write this out where we say conditions. I'd love to give a recommendation saying approval, and we sort of force these parties together, kind of thing. I too would like to see, it doesn't sound like John has anybody on the hook, if you will, that's going to go in right away and put in things that are outrageous, kind of thing. So I think we're at the initial stages. And if we say with conditions, what does that actually mean?
So I'll let Lori chime in on that, but since the comprehensive plan is a guiding document, conditions wouldn't necessarily be binding, but I'll let her chime in on that.
Yeah, I kind of didn't think we were going to include the with conditions alternative because it is simply a guiding document. It isn't binding, and then therefore the conditions wouldn't be binding. The place where you really start getting your conditions in are in annexation and particularly in zoning. So that's where, thank you everybody who came tonight, but that's where you really have to come back, because that's where we can write it into our ordinance, the conditions. So does that answer your question?
Mayor, yeah, let me follow up on that. Maybe then I need to state where I'm sitting right now and where I stand right now, so people will know is I'll say with conditions, and my conditions is to get these parties together. And I see we have another bite at the apple when we change the zoning, if we're going to change it. I won't vote to support that zoning change if we can't get some assurances here. Doesn't mean guarantees that, but I don't think it's going to be a problem doing that kind of thing down the road.
I'll make a quick comment. So we're just giving a overall suggestion. I think that's key that we all know. The second thing is, I think this is a huge opportunity, not only for the neighborhood, but also for Timnath, where you can have a very nice office park, which will actually enhance the value of that neighborhood. I've been involved in real estate development, and I can tell you that will probably enhance the value rather than deter the value of it. But on the same token, and I appreciate the incredibly professional and thoughtful comments made by everybody in the Meadowlark area, that we do want to buffer it. And there is some things that need to, and an appropriately designed office park can give some beautiful buffering. And I know from dealing with a number of office parks that have gone on infill, which this sort of is, that they've actually enhanced because they give some more green area, they give some more connectivity to the neighborhood. And I would expect nothing less than a very beautiful development put together by John Turner and his group. That said, I'm with Councilman Collins in that let's stay together, let's work and see that this will happen. You can't say that you got to leave it as open space. It's John Turner owns it. He's entitled to sit there and develop it within guidelines. And I think the key is make those guidelines so that everybody's pleased with it, or as much as you can get pleased. And I think at the end, if done correctly, which I see no reason why it wouldn't be, that everyone will be happy, both the commercial group, which Larry Ekblad mentioned, and the residential group. So that's my comments on it.
I want to thank the residents for coming and speaking to us today. And you were very respectful. I appreciate that. Sometimes we don't get that courtesy from folks that are coming in to talk to us. I definitely hear your concerns, especially the Carriage Parkway coming through and absolutely changing the character of your neighborhood. I don't think this is the appropriate time to put in those conditions, but we have more times, and I echo Mark and Rick's sentiments of making sure that we can come to a nice compromise that's pleasing to both you and to Mr. Turner as well. So thank you for your respect today.
Brett?
I'll add again to what Aaron said, that I'm very impressed with the residents that came in today. And I watched the neighborhood meeting, I watched the planning commission meeting, and I've seen how this conversation has evolved over the last couple of months. And I'm very impressed with not making it a win-lose, one side's the enemy, just trying to find a solution that's workable. And one point I want to put out there, there's a section in our land use code, section 5773B. It reads, special consideration shall be given to adjacent land uses of different intensities. It shall be the responsibility of the developer of the new use to ensure that the transition from one use to another is attractive, functional, and minimizes conflict between the current and planned uses. And then continues in point 2, it is the responsibility of the developer of the higher intensity use to demonstrate that the uses will be compatible. This can be accomplished through the effective use of shared access and parking, appropriate building orientation and setbacks, landscaping, architectural treatment, buffer areas, limited use of fencing and screening walls. Special consideration shall be given to the impact of aesthetics, noise, lighting, and traffic. I think it's important that those points are highlighted to any future planning commission or council, if we're not here, that regardless of whatever phase this development is in, these points will apply. The land use code points apply. I'm also supportive of the feedback that the residents have given us with respect to the roads going through. I think it is a good thing for the town. You know, if you look at our comprehensive plan, it's 95% residential, and I don't think the residents of Timnath want us to see how many people we can shove into Timnath. I think an office park at essentially Prospect and Main Street is appropriate. And we're kind of at this point because we are asking the developer to pay their fair share of development for the infrastructure surrounding the area. We put additional requirements on them, and it makes it sometimes a little bit difficult for them to do low density development. So I think it's important that we all try to work together on that. And I'm again, very impressed with the residents who've come with that spirit.
Lisa.
Well, they've actually said a lot of what I would plan on saying as well. I think seeing so many people come here with such an open mind and a willingness to find something that works for everyone is not something we always see. So I certainly appreciate all of you who came today to talk about that. I do agree that I don't know that it's our place right now to make some of those stipulations. But what I can tell you is that what I've seen from this council so far is commitment to ensuring that different development areas, that those buffers, we've talked a lot about increasing buffer areas between different zoning areas, and have worked with developers in order to make sure some of that happens. And so I think that whatever we up here can do whenever that time comes, hopefully that will be taken into account as it goes along. I know these things do take years and years. I think one of you mentioned that we all might not be up here at the time when that happens. So it's really hard to make a promise that, it might not be us being able to keep that. So I think all we can do is set the tone for how this moves forward, how community members work with developers and staff and council. And then I would reiterate what Lori said as far as there are many opportunities in the process for community members to give their input. And I always encourage people to make sure you give that input when you can. I know I certainly take it to heart for the people who are living there, because you're the ones who have to live next to this. And so to hear that you're open to looking at those options is very positive. So thank you.
Yeah, Mayor, I'd like to throw out an idea for a motion when it's the right time.
Sure. So I would like a motion on resolution number 25, series 2021, a resolution approving the Willis Farm Comprehensive Plan Amendment.
I would like to talk about or make a motion, and I'd like legal and staff to see if there's any heartburn here. Approval with an emphasis on building consensus for future action on this property. So instead of saying conditions of approval, with building consensus when we go forward on future action. I don't know if that's.
Do we want to hamstring?
I don't know how that hamstrings. It's just a consensus to try to build a consensus. It doesn't mean they have to. Conditions means clarity. We don't have any clarity.
Yeah, my only point is, since the comprehensive plan itself is not binding, any condition you put on it is not binding. It doesn't mean that you can't say what Rick says. I don't have any problem with that, but you won't be able to enforce it in the future because it isn't a binding document to begin with that we're amending.
I'll adjust, we don't need further, I'll adjust it, move to approve, as long as the folks out there know that I'm
That's our
with that.
intent.
It's to build consensus.
Okay, could I have a second?
Second.
So just for clarity, so the motion is simply to approve.
To
Okay,
approve.
thank you.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Resolution 25, series 2021, a resolution approving the Wells Farm Comprehensive Plan Amendment has approved. Do we want to adjourn this meeting, or do we leave it open?
Now we just step into executive session.
Okay, could I have a motion to go into executive session?
For the purposes of discussing concerning negotiations regarding infrastructure related to development projects under section 246402(4)E of the Colorado Revised Statutes, and to receive legal advice from the town attorney on such matters under section 246402(4)B Colorado Revised Statutes.
Great. Let's take a 5-minute break.
Yes.
All those in favor of moving into exec session, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
That was unanimous.
So you'll know the reason I went through that.
We're ready to get recorded. Is that what he asked?
Yeah, I want to get this on both recordings.
Okay.
So we are back now from executive session, which was a discussion concerning negotiations regarding infrastructure related to development projects. And no legal advice was given during the executive session.
Could I have a motion to
Motion to adjourn this executive session.
Do I have a second? Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried 100%. We are out of executive session. We're back into regular session. Can we adjourn that now too?
Yep.
Okay.
Motion to adjourn the regular session.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those
Third.
in favor of adjourning the town council meeting, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries 5-0. We are adjourned.